Aku udah kena kali ya. Apa itu?
May I have your attention, please? Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to invite all our guests to take your seat, and all distinguished participants to stay online as the opening ceremony will start shortly. I please to remind once again, all participants requested to unmute while the opening ceremony started.
Kita engage dengan UAV kejuruteraan.
Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to avoid any noise distraction, put yourself on mute, please. Thank you so much. the Honorable Datuk Sri Dr. Ronald Kiandi, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry Malaysia, the Honorable Datuk Haslina Abdul Hamid, Secretary General, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry Malaysia, the Honorable Datuk Zahimi Hassan, Director General of Agriculture, Department of Agriculture Malaysia, the Honorable Datuk Elias Saad, Deputy Director General of Agriculture, Industrial Development and Extension, Department of Agriculture, Ms. Norsham Alwi, Acting Deputy Director General of Agriculture Management and Regulatory, Department of Agriculture Malaysia, Mr. Johari Abdullah, Director of Agriculture Extension Division, Department of Agriculture Malaysia, Mr. Muhammad Nazri Abusman, Director of Strategic Planning Division, Department of Agriculture Malaysia, Ms. Donna Lakai, Deputy Director of Agriculture Extension Division, comes the National Focal Point of ASEAN Sectoral Working Group of Agriculture Training and Extension, AUGET, representative from Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry, Malaysia, representative from Department and agency under the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry, Malaysia, Director and Senior Officer, Department of Agriculture, Malaysia, resource person, participant, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning, selamat pagi, and warmest greeting. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all our guests and participants to the opening ceremony of the webinar on leaf color chart application. For your information, this webinar will commence visually for 2 days from today until tomorrow and participated by 6 ASEAN member states. The webinar was organized for ASEAN member states to share their experience and view in nurture the best management tools that could assist farmers in improving their decision-making process in nutrient management using the leaf color chart application. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to show our government support for all AUGET program, it is an honor to have our Honorable Agriculture Minister and Food Industry of Malaysia to officiate the webinar. It shows Malaysia's commitment and all collaborations and cooperations among ASEAN member states. Now, without further ado, it is our greatest honor to call upon the Honorable Datuk Sri Dr. Ronald Kiandi, Minister of Agriculture and Food Industry Malaysia, to deliver his opening speech and officiated the webinar on leaf color chart application, LCC apps. Datuk Sri, please.
The Honorable Datuk Sri Haji Ahmad bin Hamzah, Deputy Minister 1, the Honorable Dr. Nik Zawawi bin Haji Muhammad Saleh, Deputy Minister 2, the Honorable Datuk Haslina binti Abdul Hamid, Secretary General, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industries, the Honorable Datuk Zahimi bin Hassan, Director General of Agriculture, senior officers of department and agency under MAFI, heads of state and government, honorable presenters and participants of the webinar on leaf color chart application. A very good morning and greetings to everyone. First and foremost, on behalf of the government of Malaysia, it is an honor and a pleasure for me to welcome all of you to the opening ceremony of the webinar on leaf color chat application. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the participants from the ASEAN member states for your commitment and collaborative efforts in making this virtual event a successful one. Despite facing the unprecedented pandemic of COVID-19, it is not an obstacle for us to organize this webinar under the new normal. The webinar on color chat applications is one of the proposed activities in the strategic plan of action on ASEAN cooperation in agricultural training and extension, AUGAT 2021-2025, that was announced during the 27th AUGAT meeting held virtually on the 14th January 2021. The webinar will serve as a platform for ASEAN member states to share their experiences and views on the best practices that could assist farmers in improving their decision-making process in paddy nutrient management. Ladies and gentlemen, paddy and rice are important subsector, as rice is the staple food of Malaysia and the ASEAN region as well. The self-sufficiency level of rice in Malaysia has increased from 60.3% in 2010 to 63% in 2019. Rice and paddy industry in ASEAN, it is vital to improve the industry's performance by addressing the key issues such as high production costs, lack of mechanization and automation, as well as the high post-harvest losses. The ministry recently unveiled the National Agro-Food Policy 2021-2030, NAP 2.0, which incorporates economy, social, and environmental elements. NAP 2.0 has positioned modernization and smart agriculture as the game changer in transforming the country's agro-food sector. The paddy and rice strategies look into boosting production volume, improving self-sufficiency levels, enhancing efficiency of natural resource use, and improving the livelihood and income levels of rice producers for the next 10 years. 5 main strategies under the paddy and rice subsector as outlined in NAP 2.0 include: first, boosting productivity via better management of land and water use by placing emphasis on increasing this efficiency of land and water usage for higher productivity. Second, capitalizing on the potential of local specialty varieties by developing the local specialty rice segment to solidify the options for variety diversification by rice producers. Third, crowd in more diversified private sector along the evolving value chain by promoting the participations of private players of all scales across the value chain of paddy and rice sub-industry as it evolves with time. Fourth, restructuring of existing financial supports to contribute towards empowering producers in making their own business decision by refining current input and output supports for rice producers to encourage the optimizations of farming operations based on their own knowledge and experience. And lastly, promoting, encouraging, teaching, and nurturing young generations for future participations in paddy and rice sub-industry by enhancing existing opportunities that serve to provide exposure about the paddy and rice sub-industry towards the younger generation. In line with the objectives of NAP 2.0, MAFI has also introduced the implementation of the large-scale Smart Field program known as Smart SBB, which will play a role in increasing the domestic paddy productivity by farmers' income through direct participations of paddy and rice industry players along the supply chain. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may know, the main focus of these 2 days webinar is on smart nutrient management in the paddy and rice industry. The approach aims to ensure precision usage of fertilizer, which will help reduce the cost of input and environmental sustainability. The leaf color chart application is an innovation by Department of Agriculture's Extension Officer to assist farmers in improving their decision-making process in nutrient management. The LCC application will allow users to capture close-up paddy crop images using their smartphone and automatically obtain an instant result. Hopefully, the increase in the use of such applications or technology will attract more participation among the youth as food producers towards revolutionizing Industry 4.0, IR 4.0 in the national agro sector. In addition to LCC application sharing, the participants will also be introduced to Malaysia's organic paddy farming and paddy seed certification program to ensure quality of safe food for consumers. We have prepared a virtual tour for the participants to experience and learn about the progress of Malaysia's paddy and rice industry. It is to my hope that all participants will take this opportunity to gain knowledge and valuable insights on the industry through this webinar. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to all webinars participants for your presence and continued support. Hopefully, as the ASEAN member states continue to uphold the spirit of sharing knowledge and experiences in the agro-food industry towards producing high quality and safe food for consumption. I am hereby delighted to officiate the webinar on leaf color chart application. Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Datuk Sri Dr.
Salah kot. Kok sebelum ni pun dia orang yang
Thank you, the Honorable Datuk Sri Dr. Ronald Kiandi, for your opening speech. And now the webinar are officially open. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the opening ceremony. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank all our guests of honor, participants, ladies and gentlemen, for being able to join us in the opening ceremony. Before we adjourn to the next agenda, I would like to invite all our distinguished guests of honor and participants for a visual photography session. All participants will please open your camera. Okay. We will take two positions of one will be the formal one and second will be the free easy style. All right. Over to the secretariat. Can you everyone open your camera, please? For silent participant, maybe you can go forward a little bit to your camera because we can't see you. Participant from Philippines, can you open your camera, please? And from Cambodia, tak nampaknya. All right. Can somebody take our picture? Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Smile, everyone. Okay, one more time. Okay, smile, everyone. All right. For the freestyle, for one more time, freestyle. Yes. For freestyle. All right. We done? All right. Thank you so much. With that, the opening ceremony is ended. Thank you very much and terima kasih. We will have a short break and please be back online again at 11 a.m. to start our webinar program with the first paper presentation. You can go and take your tea and coffee, and I'll meet you again at 11 a.m. Malaysia time. Thank you once again. See you later. Thank you. All right. Hi. Hello, good morning, everyone again. Okay, we have about 5 minutes or 4 minutes to 11 a.m. Is everyone had your coffee or tea and you are ready for the first paper? All right, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to everyone. We will start our first paper presentations. Okay, once again, I'm Florence. I will be your moderator of the webinar for today and tomorrow. You will see my face for these 2 days. All right. There are slightly changes on the program due to some circumstances. Right. The first paper presentation is supposed to be an overview and way forward of paddy industry in Malaysia by Mr. Anwar Juhaidi. However, he will not able to join us to present this morning. So the first paper presentations will be changed to paddy seed certification in Malaysia by Mrs. Sri Ikarastika Rahayu binti Muhammad Ghazi, Deputy Director, Crop Quality Control Division, Department of Agriculture. Well, we apologize for that, but please still online with me, and Miss Ika Rostika, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Okay, to begin, let me introduce our first presenter or first speaker. Mrs. Ika Rostika Rahayu binti Muhammad Ghazi is a Deputy Director of Crop Quality Control Division, Department of Agriculture, Malaysia. And she began her career as civil servant in December 2001 as an agriculture officer. Currently, She is responsible in ensuring the implementation of PEDICIT certification, certifications of MyGap and MyOrganic, as well as seed certifications are done accordingly to prescribed standard and conditions. Without further ado, I please to invite Mrs. Sri Ika Rostika to present her paper entitled Pedicit Certifications in Malaysia. The floor is yours, and you have about 45 minutes, Ms. Ika.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Florence, for the introduction. The Honorable Datuk Zahimi bin Hassan, Director General of Agriculture, the Honorable Datuk Elias bin Saad, Deputy Director General of Agriculture, Industrial Development and Extension, Cik Nursam binti Alwi, Acting Deputy Director General of Agriculture, Management and Regulatory, Directors of Division, State Directors of Agriculture, Senior Officers and Officers, Department of Agriculture, distinguished delegates and participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting Crop Quality Control Division, Department of Agriculture, to present in this webinar with the topic I will be presenting, which is closely related to department's main activity, entitled Pedicit Certification in Malaysia. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that seed is actually defined as the unit of reproduction of a flowering plant capable of developing into another such plant. So it is considered as the necessary tool and primary starting point of any agriculture activity, but in order to obtain a good quality seed, there must be a procedure for the seeds to be verified and certified under procedures and standards developed by each country. So, all right, thank you very much. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, now why are seeds certified? Before, slide before, please. Second slide. Okay, so why are seeds certified? When certified seed is mentioned, the purpose of seed certification is to maintain and make available to farmers high quality and genetically pure seeds of superior cultivars, because we know that certified seed is high in genetic purity, high in germination and vigor, and of good quality. For example, free from disease and from damage or immature seed. So in order to obtain all high quality characteristics of the certified seed, it has to be with controlled and tested production, processed and declared in accordance with related standards. Okay, next, please. Next, please. Third slide. Thank you. I couldn't see the third slide.
Can we have help from the secretariat? The slide presentations is not moving.
Yeah.
All right, we apologize. There are slightly problems on the slide presentations. We're trying to fix it.
Okay, can I have the third slide, please? Still not moving? Third slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, all right. As you can see here, that a little bit of the background of Malaysian seed industry, where the modernization of the national seed industry in Malaysia started in 1979. Actually, it's the third slide. This is the fourth slide. Anyway, with the implementation of the National Seed Project, NSP, after receiving support as a loan from the World Bank, and the aim of this initiative was to expand domestic food and to reduce the food import bill. So the seed industry actually has continuously been important in the national agenda and better known as National Agro-Food Policy, which stretched over the period from 1984 to 2020 with the main goal of for increasing production, reducing import value while enhancing export activity and providing food security as well as safety. So to drive the development and modernization of agro-food industry for the period of 2021 to 2030, recently Malaysia has launched National Agro-Food Policy 2.0 by our Honorable Malaysia Prime Minister Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri bin Yaakob. So, okay, next slide, please. All right, so construction of paddy seed plants started in 1979, and in 1998, 6 paddy seed plants were successfully constructed and are capable to produce 24,000 metric ton per year. That is 1/3 of national needs. So DOA, Department of Agriculture, produced paddy seeds only until 2009, and later 100% of the production was done by paddy seed producers. Okay, next slide. So in 2007, paddy seed certification scheme was first introduced to help boost domestic rice production. However, between 2007 to 2009 was actually a transition period from production by Department of Agriculture to 100% private sector. So during the transition period, department still processed 8,000 tons of paddy seed in Sungai Burung, Selangor, which is located in the West Peninsula, Malaysia, and 4,000 tons in 2009. So this scheme is a quality certification system for producing and supplying paddy seeds for cultivation purposes according to prescribed conditions and standards. So the important aspects set out under this scheme involves compliance with the determination of the source as well as generation of seeds used and standards set through farm inspection and audit of premise. Okay, next please. Next please. So in 2009, government has set all farmers to use certified seed for cultivation purposes, and therefore Department of Agriculture was appointed as the certifying agency by the Ministry of Agriculture. And to implement this scheme, inspections and audits will be carried out by enforcement and inspectorate officers from department, which involves 4 tasks that will be implemented, such as registration of plants and farms and registration of farms, seed testing, and also seed certification, as well as inspection of farms. So DOA will issue a paddy seed quality certification based on the specifications stipulated in Department of Agriculture Malaysia Standard 2009, and also Malaysia Standard 469 2012 Amendment 2014 for rice inbred seed planting material. And only appointed seed producers by Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industries are allowed to produce certified seeds based on the prescribed quota by the government. Okay, next. Next, please. So the objectives of this scheme are to certify the genetic purity and variety identification and to certify the quality of paddy seeds produced by seed producers. Okay, next, please. Next, please. Next. hang.
We apologize for that. The slide presentations was not moving.
Okay, these are the classes of seeds where seeds are divided into four. We have the breeder seed, which is a seed of a new variety that has the highest purity and is produced, developed, controlled, and provided directly by breeders or their institutions for further multiplication. Then we have foundation seeds, which is the progeny of the breeder seed produced by trained officers of an agricultural station in conformity with regulated national standards and handled to maintain genetic purity and identity of the variety. And the foundation seeds are produced by research institutions, universities, and other related research agencies such as Malaysia Agriculture Research and Development Institute, MARDI, Malaysian Nuclear Agency, University of Putra Malaysia, and many more. And then we have registered seeds, which is the progeny of the foundation seed, grown by selected farmers, handled to maintain genetic purity and identity, and has undergone field and seed inspections to ensure conformity with standards. It is acknowledged as in compliance to the stipulated standards stated under the Malaysia Department of Agriculture Standard 2009. And lastly, we have the certified seeds, which is the progeny of foundation or registered seeds grown by selected farmers under prescribed conditions of culture and isolation and subjected to field and seed inspections prior to approval by the certifying agency, that is Department of Agriculture. And the production is regulated under the Paddy Seed Certification Scheme and also the Malaysia Department of Agriculture Standard in order to maintain the level of genetic purity and acknowledged as in compliance to the stipulated standard. All right, next please. Okay, slides here shows that the industrial flow of paddy seed industry, where it all started with research and development activities done by research institute and universities or other research agencies, and usually it will take 10 to 15 years before a new variety of the seed is produced, cultivated by farmers and later to consumers with an assurance it is of good quality and beneficial to farmers as well as consumers. Therefore, it is time for the R&D institutes and agencies to produce the foundation seeds for the varieties developed. And with the foundation seeds, approved seed producers are responsible to produce and cultivate registered and certified seeds. And lastly, process the certified seeds based on the approved quota. So as certifying agency, Department of Agriculture is responsible to ensure that the seeds produced are pure and as of good quality before the issuance of certification of certified seeds. All right, next please. Okay, implementation of paddy seed certification scheme in Malaysia are based on the requirement of standards and conditions stipulated in the standards as shown in the next slide. So implementation of the scheme are based on these documents shown. Okay, next please. Next please. So, okay, there are standards and conditions and need to be complied by seed producers. In the slide shows that this scheme involves 12 procedures. That is from registration of seed producers until disposal. So, however, I won't be detailing out each and every procedure, but will inform what are the conditions required before issuing a certificate. Okay, next, please. Next. Okay. The multiplication system is actually limited to restricted generations only, that is production from foundation seed to registered seed and lastly certified seed. And only registered varieties approved by a technical committee established under Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industries or MAFI, which is specifically for paddy and rice industry, can be used in the seed certification scheme. So breeder and foundation seed will be produced by breeders, whereas registered and certified seeds produced by appointed seed producers. Okay, next. All right, we have also assessment of company's organization, suitability and capabilities of seed processing plant and related equipment will be inspected, audited and verified by technical committees appointed by MAFI. And once approved by the technical committee, MAFI will award the producers for the period from 2021 to 2023. Okay, next. So we have 12 seed producers appointed by MAFI with approved quota to fulfill national needs of 72,000 metric ton per year or 36,000 metric ton per season. Okay, next please. Okay, as for farm must be as easily accessible and strategically located and have initiatives for contamination prevention. And as for seed producers must be vigorous, healthy growth and display characteristic features of the cultivar, because we know that the use of high quality seed is important for farm yield. Efforts to cultivate high performing varieties cannot be fully maximized if the seeds are of poor quality. So for instance, seeds could be contaminated with diseases, be mixed with genetically impure seeds, or have a low germination rate, or for example, 60%. And all this contribute towards lowering farm yield. So therefore, it serves the objective of this scheme, where it is to ensure that the consistency of seed quality so that farmers have access to high quality seeds produced from approved registered varieties. Okay, next please. Farming method also plays an important role, where farming method for foundation and registered seeds differs from certified seed. Transplanting technique are used only for cultivation of foundation and registered seeds, whereas direct seeding and transplanting technique with a rate of 60% and 40% respectively applied for cultivation of certified seeds. So based on the data shown in this slide, 100% usage of transplanting technique will give higher percentage of approval, and DOA highly recommended that 100% of transplanting technique be used. But at the moment, current situation, it depends on each state's farming method. So next, please. So based on Malaysian Standard 469, 2012, Amendment 2014 for rice inbred seed planting material specification, crop field requirements, these are the maximum standard for registered and certified seeds, which need to be complied during farm inspection. Okay, next. Okay, next, please. Okay, these are the criteria for certified seed farm as shown in the slide. And if it doesn't comply with the prescribed standard, application will be rejected. Okay, next. Other conditions that importantly looked into is seed plant, where seed plants are also inspected to verify whether the processing plant has the related and suitable equipment as stipulated in standard. It is a main prerequisite for seed producers to require a complete processing equipment that is from fine cleaner, gravity separator, and indented cylinder or optical color sorter. So it also has to be clean and well managed, because the purpose of plant inspection is to prevent from contamination or mix with other varieties during acceptance of raw paddy seed and processing activity. Okay, next, please. And random sampling will be done using a noble tier for the purpose of seed testing based on Malaysia Standard 320/2008, seed sampling and test, second revision. Next, please. And seed samples are collected from each processing plant and submitted for laboratory analysis after processing and packaging. And as to date, Department of Agriculture has 6 seed labs. These are actually among other requirements where seed must meet the permitted level of germination rate, moisture content, physical purity, and other seed tests. And given the challenges of compliance with these high standards, only a handful of approved seed producers are allowed to sell seeds under the Paddy Seed Certification Scheme. And Malaysia's seed testing procedures are based on the International Seed Testing Association, that is ISTA. Okay, next, please. So these are the activities done in the lab for purity test, moisture content test, germination test. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, these are the other seeds tests. All right. Okay, next. Next, please. So quality paddy seed certificate will be issued to complied seed lot as stipulated in the standards. Once complied. Okay, next please. Okay, disposal will be done only for rejected seeds or waste from jumbo bag of processed paddy seed or expired seed or unsold and other seed which does not comply with the standards. So we will dispose the seed. Next, please. Okay, to track the compliancy to farm standards for each approved lot, post-control plots are developed, and the purpose of control plot are to determine the genetic identity and variety authenticity of a seed lot based on detailed observation and evaluation of the morphological characteristics exhibited by each plant from sample taken and planted in control plot. Secondly, to monitor and track the certified seeds comply with set standards, to ensure the effectiveness of monitoring activities implemented in the scheme, and to detect any irregularities in the flow of paddy seed production process. And samples will be taken at any time for this purpose. Okay, next, please. So, Department of Agriculture has certified 3,286 tons of registered seed and 76,579 of certified seeds in the year 2020. So 2021 is still an ingoing process. Okay, next. So to conclude my presentation, the Certified Paddy Seed Program has achieved its objective in fulfilling the 100% requirement of certified seed for general planting. And the paddy seed industry is actually improving progressively and satisfy the objectives outlined in the National Agro-Food Policy. And for efficiency, competitiveness, sustainability, and future needs of the industry, seed producers are required to rationalize and optimize facilities and as well as human resource development. And the certified rice seed is actually well received by farmers. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I end my presentation.
Right, thank you, Ms. Srika Rostika, for your interesting presentations. You are very, very much early to finish your presentations. It's less than 45 minutes, it's about maybe 20 minutes. And you have touched us on the overview of Malaysian seed industry and how the implementations of paddy seed certification scheme and the standards and conditions to be complied, and direct seeding and transplanting technique certified farm seed, as well as the quality paddy seed certifications. And I'm sure there's a lot of questions from the participants. I open the questions to the participant. If you have questions, you can also raise your virtual hand, or you can put your questions in the chat room. All right, any questions from the participant? Any questions from the participants? Any questions? Right. Okay, all right. There's one question from Indonesia, from Ms. Asifarmia. The question is, how about farmers' capacity in seed testing? Maybe Ms. Ika to answer the question?
Can I get some clarification? What does it mean by farmers' capacity? Because seed testing, before we endorse the seed producers, we will inspect on the farms that has been registered, whether it is suitable with the plant they have, with the seed plant that they have. So the seed testing based on the quota that has been given by the seed producers. The farmers are actually appointed by the seed producers. So the farmers' capacity will follow whatever that has been approved by the department for the seed producers. So we don't have any, we don't give any, we give some limit to the seed producers in order to make sure that they achieve the quota that have been approved by the ministry. Okay, so I hope that that I answer the question, because farmers' capacity depends on the seed producers itself.
Mrs. Asi, if you have any further questions, maybe you can ask, and you can raise your hand or unmute yourself, and you can answer. You can question directly. You can ask your question directly to the presenter. Yeah, we have plenty of time, so we can discuss this topic.
Can the presenter ask the ASEAN member states?
Yeah.
How about in other ASEAN member states? How do you certify your paddy seed? Do you have a scheme or any way that how to you certify your seeds, your paddy seeds? Maybe Indonesia can you reply to my answer, to my question, sorry.
Right, there's a questions from the presenter to the ASEAN member state. Is there any system or any kind of system that have been applied or been implemented in other ASEAN member states? Maybe is it good also to share with us and to be discussed in this webinar?
Yeah.
Yeah. Indonesia, can you share with us? All right, maybe before they could answer or they could share their experience in the seed certification scheme, there's one question that Ms. Ka should answer. Yes, it's from Myanmar. How to control paddy seed classifications in farmers' field?
Okay, for paddy seed classification, we have identified the lot for registered and also certified seed. We don't mix both both classes of seed into one lot. We have already identified that, ensure that the registered and certified seeds are cultivated in different lots. Yeah, that is how we control. We will ensure that we will make sure that it is cultivated, it is planted in a different lot. We have our standards. Yeah.
Does it answer your questions, Myanmar?
Thank you, your answers. I continuous distribution, and I would like to know your seed classification from farmer fee. Your continuous distribution of seed classification.
Sorry.
Can you repeat your question? And can you on your camera? Is it Dr. Kin? Dr. Kin, can you repeat your question, please?
Your seed classification continuous distribution in the UR fee.
How does it distributed in the paddy field, you mean?
Yes.
All right.
Continuous distribution in seed class, meaning after the, because registered seed and certified seed are produced by seed producers, and in order to plant the registered seed must be processed from the foundation seed on a lot, on a registered farm, registered seed farm. So that is how that is why we inspectors in the OA will inspect the farm to ensure that the registered seed and the certified seed are not mixed, because we have to follow the flow. The seed producers need to follow the standards that has been stipulated in our standard, in our Malaysian standard, from the foundation seed to registered seed, and then from registered seed processed as certified seed. So we have to inspect all line, all industrial, all the flow before we issue the certificate of paddy seed certification. They have to comply to all of our standards before they are issued certificate. So from the start, from the registration of farm itself, from the registration of seed producer itself, we have a special technical committee that will look into capacity, not only on farms, but also on the seed plants that they have developed for processing of the registered and certified seed. Because there are many standards that they need to comply, because they cannot simply just plant the registered seed and the certified seed in one farm. It has to be in another farm. It has to be processed. They have to go through all the processes before if they don't comply with that standard, with the standard that we have stipulated by the government, then their farm will be rejected. Their seed, although they have processed until certified seed, it will be rejected. So we have very strict inspection from the start, not from the middle, but from the start itself, from the company itself, from the farm that they have registered, the farmer's farm that they have registered, and we also make sure that the seed that has been produced, but from either registered from the registered farm or the certified farm, must be healthy. So we really control the quality of the seed that has been produced by the seed producers. So we look each and every step before we certify them. So that is how we control the seed class. It has to go in one flow. Yeah.
Thank you for your answers.
All right. Thank you for the questions and the answer. Is there any other questions from the participant? You can unmute yourself, or you can drop your questions in the chat room. And There's question from the presenter just now to the participants. And maybe you could also give your answer. How the system, how the ASEAN member state applied the seed certification system in your own country. Right. Any question from Cambodia? From Indonesia? Again? Or Thailand? And from the Philippines? Or from Malaysia? If you have any questions to our presenter.
Itu memang tak ada. Itu sungai-sungai kita ni senang diceroboh dan kita pun tak ada satu manajemen ataupun badan yang mengawal sungai ni.
Galaxy Tab. All right. Is there no questions from the participants? Maybe we could conclude, or we can wait a few more minutes for maybe to warm up, the participants to warm up, or maybe maybe the question is still in playing in the head, but it can come out from it. So, all right. If not, maybe okay. None of the ASEAN member states could share how you implement your seed certifications in your country. Or can somebody share it with us? Jessica, there's no answer from the ASEAN member state on your question.
It's okay. Maybe they are still shy to share with us.
Right.
Report.
Yeah, maybe they will share with us in their country report.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. If no other questions, I may ask questions for you that to be discussed. Is this paddy seed certification scheme will apply to any kind of seed besides paddy? Yeah.
Okay. Actually, for Department of Agriculture, we have two types of scheme. We have paddy seed certification scheme, and also there's another one that's plant certification scheme. We have two. So for paddy seed certification scheme is concentrated for paddy seed only, but we have another voluntary scheme that is seed certification for plant, which will certify for other types of plants, for example, fruits, vegetables, and other plants. But for paddy, we have focus a scheme that is paddy seed certification scheme.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. I believe that we have appointed the seed examiners to certify the seed. How you apply these? How you appoint these examiners, and how they could examine the paddy seed in the fields. How you can explain to us the flow of examinations of the seed?
Flow examination of the seed for the inspectors under the implement the paddy seed certification scheme is actually more to experience based. But if there's new officers, they will be paired with the experienced officers to undergo the implementation of the paddy seed certification. Unlike the seed certification for other plants, where training will be given to our officers before they could implement before they could become an examiner. But for paddy seed certification, we have to appoint inspectors. Most of the inspectors in department that undergo the paddy seed certification scheme are all experienced officers, and the new officers will need to follow and learn thoroughly with the experienced officers. So starting from, because we have 12 procedures that we need to undergo under this scheme, starting from SAP1. SAP1 means that we need to go, that will technical committee will be appointed by MAFI to visit all applicants, seed producers that apply to become seed producers, where we need to look into their organization, we need to look into their equipment that they have, and the capacity of each of the plant that they can produce. So from there, it will, from once approved, once MAFI, once the technical committee approve, then the ministry will award them for 3 years, which now we have 12 seed producers from 2021 to 2023. Then after that, we will go into registration of farms. And we will do inspection to the farms itself. We will go to the farm and inspect which farms are suitable for a registered, and we need to identify which is the registered farms, which is the certified seed farms. We need to identify the location, the history of the farms itself, before we approve that farm can be used to plant the paddy seed. Then from there, we'll inspect also the plants, seed plants, to check whether the equipments are complete, as stipulated in the standard, like I mentioned just now, like fine cleaner, we have indented cylinder, and lastly optical color sorter, which is very important now that we need the optical color sorter now in the country. Then we there's another procedure from farm inspection. Then we have to go to other procedures, okay, other steps until we go for disposal. Disposal means after the paddy seed has been processed inside the plants, seed plants, and disposal is for the rejected seeds from the process after the optical color sorter, which will be transmit to the jumbo bag. So that is the rejected seed that need to be disposed. So we need to check that also. Then in order to ensure that the seed of produced are actually the variety that they apply, So we will do a control plot to ensure that everything is on track. So the control plot will be done at our station in six states. 6 states. We have 6 states before we certify them. So it's actually a lengthy procedure, lengthy scheme. It needs a two cycle of cultivation before we issue the certificate. Because in between, of course, there's a lot of outbreak, for example, like bacterial leaf blight and other pests and disease, which we need to look into before we approve that they have produced a good quality certified seeds.
All right, thank you so much for the explanation in details. I'm sure that other participants would understand and could agree with us how difficult to make sure we can have a good quality seed and good quality rice. Right, there's an answer from Indonesia to your question, Ms. Ika, which the Indonesian farmers can register seed by themselves in seed supervisions and certification center in each province continue to Ministry of Agriculture to get their certifications. Thank you for your for Indonesia for sharing your experience and answer to the presenters' questions.
Okay, can I get some clarification from Ibu Asih? Indonesia's farmer can register seed means paddy seed specifically, or other types of plants, register other type of plants, because in Malaysia we have a register of new plant variety and also register of varieties. The register of varieties means varieties of all types, or all not new varieties, which other than new varieties. For Indonesia, what does it mean by register seed by themselves? What type of seed is registered by the farmers? Is it specifically paddy seed or all types of seeds? Ibu Asih?
Miss Asih, are you there?
Yes. I'm here. Here.
All right. Okay.
So I'm still writing.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apa maknanya Ibu?
Sini ya, yuk. Saya ada aksen ya.
Food staple and okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Food staple.
Thank you so much. Okay. Any other questions from the participant? Is there? Yeah. Okay. If there's no questions from the participants or others participants from AMS, I may conclude the first presentations from Ms. Ika Rostika, as she mentions about paddy seed certification scheme, and this paddy seed certification schemes, the importance of the paddy seed certifications with the standard and the conditions applied, and to have the quality seed to be planted in the paddy field. So with that, I'm sure this is quite a challenge for Malaysia, and not only Malaysia, but of course to other ASEAN member states. Once again, I thank you for sharing with us your experience as the paddy seed certifications scheme in Malaysia. Any questions you still can ask through chat room, and our presenter will answer through chat room as well. All right, thank you so much. Can we give an can we say once again thank you to Miss Ika Rostika? Thank you so much. Okay, we will break. Yeah, we will break for lunch. Do enjoy your meals, and please be back at 2:30 Malaysia time for the second presentations in the afternoon.
Please, sir, Dr. Florence.
Right, thank you so much.
Yes,
We'll meet you again at 2:30.
Thank you very much.
Malaysian time.
Thank you.
Miss Iku.
Selamat
Welcome.
kok.
Terima
Selamat kok.
kasih.
Sama-sama.
Yang ini pasir lombong sebenarnya. Pasir lombong. Jadi, dia bawah tu
punya kerugian. Kalian bila ada akan dapat
Siapa itu?
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for the afternoon session of the webinar. Hope every one of you have a great lunch and a good rest. For the afternoon programs, we have one paper presentations and followed by the virtual tour. So without further ado, it is my great honor to invite Ms. Rauda bin Talib. She will share with us her experience on implementations of leaf color chart applications on paddy field. Ms. Rauda, are you online? Or everyone, all participants are online from ASEAN member state?
Doctor, can you hear me?
All right, I can hear you. Right, loud and clear. How about the other participant? Can you hear?
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we are very honored this afternoon as we will hear an interesting topic by Ms. Rauda bin Talib. She will share her experience, especially on the implementations on the leaf color chart applications on paddy field. Ms. Rauda is an agriculture officer of Department of Agriculture, State of Perak. She began her career as a civil servant in May 2007. She was appointed as an expert panel for National Occupational Skill Standard for Rice in Malaysia and paddy examiner since 2003. She has innovated Rice Smart Wheel for rice yield component in 2019. And won in third prize. She was also won a first prize for her innovations on paddy leaf color chart application together with the Department of Agriculture, State of Perak in 2020. With her vast experience, I'm pleased to invite Mrs. Rauda to present her paper entitled An Experience on Implementation of Leaf Color Chart Applications on Paddy Field. You have about 45 minutes, Ms. Rauda, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum and very good evening to all participants. First of all, I want to share the video for the introduction.
Jabatan Pertanian Malaysia ingin memperkenalkan LCC Padi Apps.
Saya sebagai seorang petani, jadi hari ini nak cerita berkenaan dengan LCC padi ni lah. Jadi penggunaan sebelum ni petani hanya gunakan LCC padi gunakan macam ni lah, leaf color chart ni. Kalau kita guna LCC ni, kita hanya just untuk dapat bacaan sajalah. Sekarang ni kita mudah, ada app di dalam telefon. Jadi kita download ya dalam apps, dalam Play Store. Jadi kita gunakan LCC padi ni menggunakan telefon. Jadi dia mudah sebab lepas kita ambil gambar, jadi kita dapat tutusan untuk perlu ke kawasan padi kita ni perlu tambah baja ke atau tidak. Macam ini dia kita tak dapat tahu macam mana nak tambah baja ke tak. Bergantung pada warna dia. Jadi LCC ni sangat mudah. Kan? Jadi kita dapat tahu dah.
LCC Leaf Color Chart atau carta warna daun dibangunkan oleh Erie Field Rice dari Japanese prototype bagi mengukur keperluan nitrogen bagi tanaman padi mengikut keperluan di sawah. Intensiti warna daun adalah berkait rapat dengan kandungan klorofil dan status nitrogen daun. Inovasi LCC Padi Apps diilhamkan apabila ramai petani yang berminat untuk mendapatkan dan membeli LCC untuk mengukur tahap nitrogen di dalam daun di sawah masing-masing. Tetapi maklumat perolehan yang terhad dan ia melibatkan kos tambahan kepada petani. Selain daripada LCC, terdapat juga satu alat digital yang digunakan untuk mengambil bacaan kandungan nitrogen pada daun iaitu speedometer atau dikenali juga sebagai chlorophyll meter yang mana harganya mencecah hingga RM15,000 seunit. Hasil bacaan yang diambil pada kebiasaannya tidak dapat diinterpretasi sekiranya maklumat mengenai standard dan bacaan optima tidak diketahui. Oleh itu, amat penting LCC Padi Apps ini dibina bagi memudahkan petani dan pegawai-pegawai mendapatkan bacaan dan pengesyoran dalam masa yang singkat dan telah digunakan sepenuhnya. Bagi memastikan petani dan pegawai serta lebih ramai petani dapat menggunakan alat ini, maka Jabatan Pertanian Malaysia telah membangunkan satu aplikasi bagi menggantikan fungsi alat tersebut, iaitu LCC Padi Apps. Objektif atau tujuan inisiatif LCC Padi Apps ataupun aplikasi carta warna daun diperkenalkan dan dicipta ialah bagi memudahkan petani dan pegawai di lapangan mendapatkan data status nitrogen daun padi serta mengetahui tahap keperluan baja dan membantu petani mengurangkan penggunaan baja nitrogen berpandukan status semasa nitrogen pada daun. Petani boleh mengurangkan kos penggunaan baja dan kos operasi juga dapat dikurangkan. Penggunaan baja berlebihan boleh menyebabkan pokok padi mudah diserang oleh perosak dan penyakit. Pokok padi juga mudah rebah dan sekiranya ia berlaku, maka bukan sahaja hasil tidak dapat dituai, malah merugikan petani. Arahan yang lengkap di dalam dua bahasa iaitu bahasa Inggeris dan bahasa Malaysia menjadikan ia mudah diikuti dan keputusan dari pengambilan data dapat diperolehi dengan pantas. Pendekatan ini mudah digunakan kerana LCC Padi Apps ini mudah dibawa kerana sudah pasti telefon bimbit akan dibawa ke mana-mana oleh sesiapa sahaja, malahan ianya adalah percuma, hanya perlu dimuat turun melalui Google Play. Kumpulan sasar dan skop liputan perkhidmatan pengembangan adalah merupakan teras utama kepada Jabatan Pertanian. Ia merupakan satu sistem penyampaian dalam pemindahan teknologi dan penyampaian perkhidmatan jabatan kepada golongan sasar selaras dengan falsafah pengembangan iaitu untuk membawa perubahan dan mencapai satu tahap yang lebih baik kepada golongan sasar dalam pembangunan pertanian. Aplikasi ini dibangunkan khas untuk membantu golongan sasar iaitu petani dan pegawai-pegawai sama ada daripada Jabatan Pertanian ataupun di agensi-agensi lain. Aplikasi ini boleh digunakan bagi menjalankan kerja-kerja pengembangan dengan mendiagnosis status nitrogen semasa dan penggunaannya terus kepada pengesyoran dalam bentuk yang mudah difahami oleh petani dan mengambil masa yang lebih singkat berbanding kaedah lama. Jabatan Pertanian Malaysia berharap aplikasi LCC Padi Apps ini dapat dimanfaatkan sepenuhnya oleh semua.
Thank you for your attention. Hope you enjoy the video. So we move to my presentation. Slide. Is it everyone can see the slides? Yes, huh? Okay. So, no, not yet.
Right.
All right. So, first of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Rauda Binti Talib from Department of Agriculture, State of Perak. I will present to all of you about an experience on implementation of leaf color chart LCC apps on paddy field in Malaysia. Okay, next. Okay. Okay, so a very short introduction for this LPP app, LCC apps background. This application was developed in 2019 and ready to use in 2020. At the beginning, we focused only for one state, which is only for farmers and all the agriculture officer in Perak. And then we upgraded LCC Paddy apps for 2021. And we opened for all states in Malaysia. So until now, there is 500 plus downloaded from Google Play, and the highest is from Perak because we already open for these apps since 2020 and followed by other states. So this is the front page for LCC Paddy apps. So when we download from Google Play, so we can see this feature. So it presents for Jabatan Pertanian, Ministry of Agriculture and Government State of Perak, because we funded by the government to produce this LCC. So and then after we downloaded, the system will appear for we allow LCC app to take pictures and record video, because this application we must take a photo for our leaf, paddy leaf. So this is automatic. Then we must allow to make sure we can take the photo. Okay. So for information, we only have for Android mobile, and soon we will upgrade for iOS maybe next year. So we have two language, English and Malay. We can pick one, and here we can see list of function in LPP apps. So this one is for English and this for Malay. So we can choose, this one is for profile of farmer, season planting, info is for some info about the rice, for stage beginning from vegetative until ripening stage. Okay, so and then we have farmer information. Here we can fill our information such as name, your place, your field lot number, and land area. So this one is main page. and then you can add your date of birth, your birthday. So you just scroll the year and your date. And then here we can choose the state in Malaysia. Perlis, Kedah, Pulau Pinang, Perak, Selangor, Pahang, Kelantan, Terengganu, Negeri Sembilan, Melaka, Johor, Sabah, and Sarawak. Okay. So this one is one of the info for introduction. So here we share the vegetative fasa. So for vegetative fasa, there is three different types: early, medium, and late of leaf period. Okay, so and then we also have introduction for how to use, what's the method of data collection. Okay. And then we have a setting for two language, so we can choose either one. So and then we have planting form. So this one is for taking data. So we must put our information about planting form, such as planting season. Either in Malaysia, there is two seasons, season 1 and season 2. So types of planting method, we have direct seeding and transplanted. So for date, planting date, we also have a calendar, and then just put the date, and then types of paddy planted, because this one is only example, which is refer to three types of short period, medium, and long period. And then if you have data for harvest, you can put here. Okay. And then this one of example when we put our date of sowing and transplant. Because every method will have different time of sampling. Okay, so then we can see in the apps this chart. So this one we can see two different in the left side before reading is taken. So there is four readings beginning from 21 day after transplanted. So this time, this date is based on date of planting that we fill in before this. So the it's automatic, give you the date for when you want to take the data, take the sample. Okay, so here first reading is 21, second reading 31, and then so on. So the data is taken before heading. That heading before. So we must settle before heading time lah. So and then it will appear when we choose either one. For example, we choose reading 1, and then we and then it will appear like this. So this one is empty because we don't have take the picture yet. So this is the camera we will be using for take the sample. So this one is leaf analysis. So we have 4 leaf color chart color refer to the older one, yeah, the Erie produce. Okay, so and then we just open the camera and take the photo for 10 of leaf in 1 hectare. We must choose randomly 5 photos of Y leaf, yeah, expanded Y leaf. So this one it shows color of the colors of leaf. Every leaf we have taken. So we can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 readings is taken, and from 10 we have an analysis color. So LCC2 0, LCC3 0, LCC4 we have 2, so LCC5 we have 8, and no invalid color. So this LCC depends on frequency of readings, are not average. Sometimes people are using the average, but we use frequency. So here we can see LCC5 more than 6. So it will refer the we can refer the result. So the score is 5. So score of the result shows the what is the further action to be taken by farmers or officer. So they don't have to think further. Just follow this result. Okay. That's all for how these apps work lah. And then I want to share how to take the sampling in field. Okay. So we have some question. Application of paddy available for Android. Can you explain about minimum version for Android or specification for future this application available to another plan? So actually this apps only for paddy because we have the reference of color refer to Erie. So if we want to develop another plant, we have standard that is already well known for or international standard. So maybe we can use the method, but different specification and standard for the color to be compared. Maybe for maize can be used, but we must have the specific lah. And then minimum version, actually we already tested in Malaysia. So far all the Android smartphone, whether is cheap or expensive, also can. The important is our camera can take the color. Thank you for your question. So we can move. Doctor?
Please proceed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we move to our video.
Ms. Rhoda, we can't see your video.
Okay.
Yeah, we cannot see your video.
Okay. Okay. Okay, doctor. Actually, all has been shown, and my presentation also is already done. So we have 30 minutes left. So maybe we can open for question and Q&A.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Rauda, for sharing your experience on your innovation in developing and implementing the LEAF color chart application in Malaysia. It is a good innovations to share among ASEAN member states, and I believe it's this applications will benefit our extension agents and farmers in between our country and also ASEAN member state. Okay, Ms. Rauda was also explained the usage of the apps and how the apps functions by as simple as using mobile phone, and it's very easy, and you can get the result. I can say on the spot result. Right. I open the floor to all participants to ask questions to our presenter, and of course, Ms. Rhoda have already answered one of the questions from Philippines just now. If there are any other questions, you can just raise up your virtual hand, or you can unmute and you can raise your question. All right. There's another questions from Indonesia, Miss Susi. In Indonesia, oh, maybe this is more to comments or sharing. In Indonesia, there are still many farmers' land locations that do not have an internet network, especially in the remote area. Maybe this is an obstacle for farmers to apply. Right. Is there any suggestions from Ms. Rauda, especially for the area, especially for the remote area without internet connection?
From our experience, we have to, we must have the internet network. So maybe we can upgrade if we want to use without internet network. Maybe we can upgrade for another session. But for now, we must have internet network.
All right. All right. Thank you for your answer. Any other questions from the participant?
Yes, one from Malaysia, Izzah. So does the LCC color representative the whole area for 1 hectare? How many checkpoints do we need to check for confirmation? What should we do for next? So yes, so LCC color representative the whole area. So for 1 hectare, we must have 10 reading. So it will present 1 hectare, but not another other lot. So if you want, we must specify on 1 lot, and then we must have randomized. So it will present for the lot. So that's why we have to take 10 reading. And then we need to check for confirmation what should we do for next. So after we take the color of the leaf, and then after we have the result, and then the apps will give us an advice whether we have to add more fertilizer or not. So the color of LCC, we have 4 color, LCC 2, LCC 3, 4, and 5. So usually under 2, LCC 2, which is the yellowish leaf, if more than 6 color refer to LCC 2, so the yellow, sorry, yellowish. So we must add some fertilizer. So we have already put the how much farmers have to add. So if the average of the field more than 4, 3 and above, 3, 4, 5, and then no need to put more fertilizer. So this one is focused on N, nitrogen. So usually we refer to urea because urea is a single fertilizer for N. So because when too much nitrogen, the leaf will become softer, and then the pest is attracted to the colors, very strong color, green color, greenish color. So pests will attracted to the plant, and then the plant also the straw become softened. So when there is hard wind, and then the plant will go lodging. So we want to farmers use for reduce their cost of production in fertilizer. And also before this, our farmers only checking with their eyes. So eye score. So maybe different people will have different result and not accurate. So we have these apps. So everyone have nowadays everyone have a smartphone. Even child also have their own phone, right? so I think everyone can download it free, so can use in everywhere. Okay, I hope my answer is fit with the question.
All right, thank you for the answer, Ms. Rhoda. Any more questions from the participants? I believe the ASEAN member states have also their own LCC in their own country, and also I believe maybe tomorrow each of ASEAN member state country will share their own experience as well, right? Any more questions from the participant?
Doctor,
Yeah.
in Philippines also they also have. I think maybe participant from Philippines can share with us their apps.
Yeah, I believe we applied what ERI from the Philippines system or applications. Yeah, maybe participants from Philippines could share with us a little bit how the LCC in Philippines. Is there any from the Philippines could share with us? I can. Right. Okay. Miss Mary Grace, can you hear me? Or Miss Suzanne? Macam tak ada.
Hello.
Hi, hello.
Yes.
All right, Miss Mary, we want to hear an experience from the Philippines because we believe that we applied what the ERI have using means the applications means we use or we innovated from the Philippines applications on the LCC. Maybe you can share or you have an experience on LCC app. Yeah.
The PhilRice or the Philippine Rice Research Institute of the Philippines already have LCC app, or can I share my screen because it's to present
Is it similar what we have in Malaysia?
Yeah.
All right. That's
The-
good. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Can you see screen now?
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah, this is the Pilrise LCC app, just like the presenter earlier. From my experience, this app is with payment, or they need to download it for only $2. For Philippines is 90 pesos, but I don't know if it is active outside the Philippines, but for the Philippines it's already 90 pesos. So once downloaded, it's already, you can capture the leaf like the application of the LCC, of the resource person earlier. So it's just get real-time fertilizer recommendation for your rice farm with the LCC app. So as already scanned din po yung, you will also scan your rice farm slip images for your real-time nitrogen fertilizer recommendation. So it's include fertilizer application suggested, like just the LCC application for basal and panicle initiation stage. And it provides simple record keeping of your fertilizer applications, help tracks your farm status with the farm profile features, and support all varieties for, I don't know, but in the Philippines, all the registered varieties is already there. So based on the picture, we need to scan capture 12 leaf images before the current reading will project. So compared to earlier discussion, for the LCC app, we need to scan 12 leaf. And then the recommendation will also project. So they will note when, and you need to put the size of your farm, and then the recommended rate will be projected after, just like the LCC app, the Malaysia. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Miss Mary, for the interesting for your sharing in to share with us your experience in the Philippines. It sounds like we have almost similar applications. Ms. Rhoda, it answers your questions.
Thank you, Miss Messi Grace, for your sharing.
All right. I believe from other member states was also have the similar applications. All right, there's one. I'm not sure whether this is the question that's already been answered or not, or is a new question. All right. Okay. All right. I thought, right. Question. All right. Okay. There's a question from Rose from IIDA Pekan. Said she would like to ask Ms. Rhoda, does the quality of the mobile phone affect the green color taken? Sometimes different phone project different color impressions. Before we use any tool, we usually calibrate it first. So by using this app, we taking standard green picture first as standard before taking more picture as to compare. Ms. Rhoda, could you Maybe you can answer the questions from Miss Rose.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. And thank you for Miss Rose. So does the quality of the phone affect the green color taken? Actually, the more expensive your smartphone will give you greater color quality. Okay, but actually we don't have to taking standard green picture, or you don't have to take standard green. Because actually when we use the camera and we using for another color, for example, it will become invalid only for the leaf, and then we already store the 4 colors, and then the apps will comparing by the color we take. So for the function, there is 5 analysis. So one of the one is for SCC2, SCC3, 4, and then 5. So the other one is invalid color. So if we take other than leaf paddy leaf color, it will appear for invalid. That's all. That's all, Doctor. I hope this question will satisfy for Miss Rose.
Right. Thank you so much.
This answer.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really hope that means you answer the questions of Miss Rose. I'll see on the chat room whether there's another questions. Right? No. Okay. Any other questions from the participants? We have still plenty of time. We have about 10 minutes for Miss Rhoda. So since this topic was very interesting, LCC was also an important applications for not only for the officers, but also for the farmers. All right. Any other questions? Right, if in Philippines cost for 20 pesos and or 90 pesos, or how about Malaysia? Do you require any fees if you want to get the applications, or is it still free for at the moment?
It's free.
So
because funded by government. Yes.
So everyone can have
downloaded
it.
So
how about
in future?
Yeah.
In future, we want to expand for iOS. So maybe some of farmers cannot download it because their phone is not Android. So we will try to get some funded to upgrade for iOS users next year, maybe, inshallah.
So it's more. So we need to ask a government to provide us also a smartphone then. All right. More questions from another questions from Miss Asi Ramia. Does the use of smartphone also produce color with more quality than LCC? What will you answer, Ms. Rhoda?
First of all, thank you, Miss Susie.
Miss Asi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So and then does the use of smartphone also produce colors with more quality than SC? No, actually, we have a standard color for camera to all phones. So there is a code color. So it will refer to the original leaf color chart produced by Erie Infurize. Okay, that's all.
Right. Is it answer your question, Miss Asi? Right. Thank you so much. Okay. Any one last questions from the participant? If there is no questions from the participant, let's join me to thanks again Miss Rauda for sharing her experience on implementations of leaf color chart LCC applications on paddy field in Malaysia. Thank you so much. And it's conclude our paper presentation for the we hope we'll meet again for the future applications by using ISO. Am I correct?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for
Thank
your
you so
participation.
much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you one again. Thank you so much, Ms. Rauda. Thank you to all participants who are still with us today. All right, we will have a short break before we'll start with our tour. Maybe you can go for a race or to have your coffee. All right. Okay. So before we start, maybe we can have a rest. And I meant to understand that our Deputy Director General of Agriculture will join us for the visuals tour. So we'll meet again at 3:30 p.m. for the visual tour. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. All right, we will start our tour, a visual tour. Okay. The Honorable Dato' Elias Saad, distinguished participant, ladies and gentlemen, prior to the pandemic for OUGAT program, the host country arranged a tour to any chosen project by host country. However, to compensate this, we have prepared a virtual tour so that the participant will have a visual experience on paddy industry in Malaysia. Please enjoy the virtual tour. Dah tak ada. Okay, let's start the car to the paddy field. Alright, to enjoy the virtual tour.
Rice is a staple food for Malaysia. According to national statistical records, rice consumption per capita for Malaysians is about 74 kilograms per person per year of rice in 2019. Malaysia is still a net importer of rice, with the rice self-sufficiency level SSL at about 63%. 1.5 million metric tons of rice was produced locally, and the rest imported primarily from other countries like Thailand, Vietnam, India, and Pakistan. In 2019, the total of paddy cultivation in Malaysia is 672,084 hectares of planted area. Approximately about 79% of Malaysian domestic supply of rice is sourced from granary areas, with a planted area of about 422,066 hectares in 2019, where these areas have systematic irrigation schemes. Until now, Malaysia relies primarily on 12 granary areas that are designated as rice production areas. These granary areas produce 1.21 million metric tons of the total rice produced in the country. Out of this, non-granary areas, which is from outside of the irrigation schemes or small irrigation schemes, are also planted with 250,018 hectares of paddy. The Malaysian national average of paddy yield in 2019 is around 3.5 tons per hectare. The average yield in granary areas is about 4.42 tons per hectare, while non-granary areas is about 2.48 tons per hectare. However, there are also granary areas that are high yield with more than 5 tons per hectare, such as IADA Ketara 5.16 tons per hectare and IADA Pulau Pinang 5.01 tons per hectare. Based on records in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry Malaysia, the paddy and rice industry in Malaysia is a large industry involving of about more than 300,000 farmers. The soil profiling Program is an activity carried out to identify the soil fertility status of the country's rice greeneries as a source of basic information in the management of soil fertility and nutrients for rice crops. Most of the paddy land in Malaysia is composed of marine, riverine and organic soils with different parent material content, physical and chemical characteristics which affect soil fertility level. Assessment of soil properties from the aspects of soil formation, physical and chemical is very important in soil and nutrient management to ensure the productivity of the country's rice yield and the self-sufficiency level SSL can be improved. The activity of soil surveying, sampling and bulk density identification is implemented after the paddy harvest and before the land preparation activity, including ploughing, liming or organic matter application. Interpretation of soil analysis data is for determination of soil fertility status, remediation recommendations, and site-specific fertilization recommendations. The results of the soil surveying and assessment are mapped to produce a terrain soil map and soil fertility status map. The terrain land map shows information on the distribution and type of soil for the crop soil recommendation guide. The condition of the paddy land plays a very important role in paddy cultivation activities. A good paddy field is flat and has a good layer of hard soil or hard pan, as well as a perfect irrigation and drainage system. Laser land leveler activity and forming a flat land surface is very important. This is because a flat field surface system can support a perfect irrigation system, which is the best condition for the growth of rice plants. Process where a uniform water depth in a flat field lot will be able to help the distribution of water in the field more efficiently and uniformly. The leveling of paddy land needs to be done almost every planting season, because intensive paddy cultivation activities are done throughout the season, and the use of heavy machinery during harvesting results in changes in the soil surface. By implementing this leveling of fields, the increase in harvest can reach up to more than 25%, and also the usage of water, fertilizer and pesticides can be reduced. Agriculture was appointed as the certifying agency by the Ministry of Agriculture to certify the genetic purity and variety identification, as well as to certify the quality of paddy seeds produced by appointed seed producers under the Paddy Seed Certification Scheme. Malaysia, through the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry (MAFI), has set a national needs target of 72,000 metric tons per year of certified paddy seed production, which is equivalent to 512,610 hectares of planting area throughout Peninsular Malaysia. It is estimated that with the total area mentioned, we'll be able to contribute to 2 million metric tons per year of paddy productions and to meet 63% of the self-sufficient level. Are based on the Paddy Seed Certification Scheme procedures developed by the Department of Agriculture Malaysia, involving activities such as inspection of paddy seed farm and processing plant and seed testing. A certificate of certified paddy seed will be issued when it has complied with the standards as stipulated in the Malaysia Department of Agriculture Standard 2009 Specification for Production of Paddy Seed Oryza Sativa. Farmers often use leaf colours during the cropping season as a visual indicator of the rice crop's nitrogen status and to determine the need for fertilizer and application. The Leaf Colour Chart LCC is an easy-to-use and inexpensive diagnostic tool to monitor plant and status during the season and as a decision aid to plant fertilizer and top dressing. A predetermined amount of fertilizer N is applied when the color of rice leaves fall below a critical LCC threshold that indicates N deficiency in the crop. This helps farmers to adjust fertilizer N application to season-specific climatic conditions that affect crop growth, termed real-time N management. Good real-time N management reduces N fertilizer needs, increases N use efficiency, and reduces the rice crop's susceptibility to pests and diseases. Avoid excessive N fertilizer use to prevent the development of a lush green foliage that attracts pests and diseases. Efficient N fertilizer use and balanced nutrition minimizes the risk of lodging, pests and diseases.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat petang. Terlebih dahulu saya ingin merakamkan penghargaan kepada semua peserta daripada negara-negara ASEAN kerana dapat hadir ke webinar On Leaf Colour Chart LCC application secara dalam talian. Sebentar tadi, tuan-tuan dan perempuan telah dibawa melawat sawah padi di Malaysia melalui virtual tour industri padi di Malaysia. Hadirin sekalian, padi dan beras adalah merupakan subsektor penting di Malaysia bagi menghasilkan makanan ruji rakyat Malaysia. Secara purata, penggunaan per kapita beras bagi rakyat Malaysia pada tahun 2019 adalah 74 kg seorang setahun. Pelbagai makanan juga telah diolah daripada beras yang menjadikan Malaysia begitu istimewa dengan pelbagai keunikan makanan. Oleh itu, jemput datang ke Malaysia. Untuk makluman semua peserta, tahap sadar diri SSL padi di Malaysia telah mengalami peningkatan daripada 60.3 kepada 63% dari tahun 2010 sehingga tahun 2019. Kerajaan menyasarkan peningkatan SSL ini kepada 75% pada tahun 2025. Bagi menampung keperluan dan memenuhi cita rasa rakyat Malaysia, beras juga diimport dari negara jiran seperti Vietnam, Thailand, India dan Pakistan. Untuk menambah baik pencapaian subsektor ini, isu utama seperti pendapatan pesawah padi yang rendah, kos pengeluaran yang tinggi, kekurangan mekanisasi dan automasi, persekitaran perniagaan yang tidak kondusif dan kehilangan pasca tuai perlu dikurangkan. Kerajaan Malaysia berhasrat untuk meningkatkan jumlah pengeluaran, menambah baik tahap sara diri, mempertingkatkan kecekapan penggunaan sumber asli dan menambah baik taraf kehidupan dan tahap pendapatan pesawah padi untuk 10 tahun yang akan datang. Peranan ini akan dimainkan oleh Jabatan Pertanian Malaysia bersama jabatan dan agensi di bawah Kementerian Pertanian dan Industri Makanan (MAFI). Antaranya dengan membimbing pesawah untuk melaksanakan amalan pertanian baik dengan pematuhan kepada rice check. Ianya adalah meliputi penentuan kesesuaian tanah, keadaan petak sawah, penyediaan tanah, penanaman, pengurusan pembajaan, pengurusan air, pengurusan perosak bersepadu, pengurusan penuaian, pengendalian lepas tuai dan pengurusan alam sekitar. Penggunaan teknologi pertanian pintar juga sedang digiatkan seiring dengan perkembangan IR 4.0 bagi meningkatkan pengeluaran dan kualiti padi, menangani isu perosak dan penyakit serta meningkatkan kecekapan pengurusan tanaman padi. Usaha-usaha ini juga dipercepatkan melalui penglibatan pihak swasta dan universiti. Bagi memastikan hasil yang berkualiti dan selamat dimakan, Jabatan Pertanian Malaysia menggalakkan pesawah untuk mempersijilkan ladang dengan MyGap dan memasarkan hasil sebagai produk padi MyGap. Jabatan Pertanian juga menggalakkan pesawah mempersijilkan dengan pensijilan ladang organik dan memasarkan hasil padi sebagai produk organik. Bagi mengurangkan amalan penggunaan racun makhluk perosak, Jabatan Pertanian menekankan pengamalan Integrated Pest Management (IPM) di kalangan pesawah. Selain itu, Jabatan Pertanian juga merupakan agensi yang bertanggungjawab bagi menjalankan pengesahan benih padi sah yang dikeluarkan oleh pengeluar benih yang dilantik. Ini adalah bagi memastikan petani menggunakan benih yang berkualiti. Bagi menggalakkan, melatih dan menarik minat golongan muda di dalam industri padi, Jabatan Pertanian juga melaksanakan program Farmers Field School yang bertujuan untuk meningkatkan pengamalan teknologi penanaman padi di kalangan pengusaha-pengusaha muda. Saya amat berharap agar semua peserta daripada negara ASEAN yang menyertai webinar on leaf colour chart ini dapat memanfaatkan dari virtual tour pada hari ini. Sekian, terima kasih daripada Malaysia. Terima kasih.
That's the end of the virtual tour. I hope all of you enjoy the virtual tour. And with that, it's conclude the day one program this evening. Thank you for your kind attention and active participations. Is there any announcements or housekeeping from the secretariats? If there's none, I'll see you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Malaysia time. And we will start with the paper presentation 3 and paper presentation 4 and continue by the country paper presentations by ASEAN member state. And if I can get the presenter for country report, which is very much appreciated. With that, thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow.